non-governmental bodies and other forums include the group of 20 anti-corruption working group, the FATF. Based on our own country experience in the most FATF mutual evaluation assessment report that was published in October 2021, indications are that there remains considerable challenges in making available timely, adequate, up-to-date, or accurate and verified beneficial ownership information on legal persons to law enforcement. South Africa has a fairly comprehensive and sophisticated legislative framework against which to prosecute a wide range of activities defined as corruption. This is in terms of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004, the PRECA. However, gaps in legislation are receiving attention, of which the most notable pertains to the development of legislation around beneficial ownership. Moreover, South Africa has a sophisticated financial sector, and yet a good deal of criminal activities take place in and through South Africa. In 2019, the Financial Intelligence Center Act 38 of 2001 of South Africa was amended to cover aspects of the declaration of beneficial ownership by companies. This development also needs to inform regulations governing procurement to make meaningful impact on corruption, which is intrinsically linked to money laundering. Some of the key findings related to the effectiveness assessment of legal persons and arrangement in South Africa's mutual evaluation report highlight the serious challenges in obtaining beneficial ownership information on companies, trusts, and accountable institutions. Among the key recommendation is to rectify these deficiencies relating to law enforcement is that the law enforcement agencies should be granted better powers to gain direct and timely access to ownership and control information for legal persons and trust, and law enforcers who investigate financial crimes be further trained about company and trust structures to enable them to more quickly identify and obtain beneficial ownership information. The report observed that for law enforcement to access basic information and beneficial ownership information on legal persons rely on several pieces of legislation, which include, but not limited to, Section 205 of the Criminal Procedure Act, Section 28 of the National Prosecuting Act, the FIC Act, the Prevention of Organized Crime Act. In cases of complex investigation, the SAPS take weeks to access first-level information of legal ownership by using various sources. At times, it even takes longer to get actual beneficial ownership information. In the meantime, assets may be dissipated. The situation is further compounded by a limited knowledge among many law enforcement officers about complex corporate structures and how they can be abused to facilitate crime. In summary, beneficial ownership information is not always timely available to competent authorities, and there is still limited access to such information, as not all financial institutions, designated non-financial business and the professions and visual asset service providers are subject to requirements to identify beneficial ownership and the beneficial ownership information that accountable institutions must hold. It suffers from these limitations. Beneficial ownership when it comes to the transparency, anti-corruption efforts. Corruption is becoming endemic in South Africa. It undermines democracy and impacts negatively on service delivery, human and socio-economic development, job creation, and public trust in government. It damages the country's reputation as well as investor confidence. Several areas of corruption has been identified through several commissions of inquiry, including the State Capture Commission. Corruption manifests itself in all spheres of society and occurs in the public as well as private sectors. Having permeated key institutions in both public and private sectors, it poses a threat to national security, undermines the rule of law and institutions vital to ensuring the centrality of the state as a protector and promoter of the rights of its citizens. There is a need to unify anti-corruption efforts across all sectors of society to address the scourge of corruption and to demonstrate the commitment of government, business, and civil society to achieve the vision of the National Development Plan 2030 of a corruption-free South Africa. This requires the implementation and monitoring of the national anti-corruption strategy. Dealing with corruption, some of the characteristics that can be observed. Among them, corruption is difficult to detect and prove, as both the parties to the transaction are mostly corrupt. In corruption cases, there are limited complainants and the evidence gets destroyed. In some matters, witnesses are uncooperative, as they may be accomplices. Some witnesses fear dismissal, retaliations, if they report these matters. Whistleblowers programs do not adequately protect whistleblowers. Law enforcers are under-resourced that hinders zero tolerance approach. There is still a fragmented, competitive, and uncoordinated approach by some stakeholders in the fight against corruption. The anti-corruption task team that is currently in South Africa is a collective government stakeholders tasked with implementing the government anti-corruption agenda as guided by the ACT Executive Committee. This was established in July 2010 by the JCPS, which was tasked by Cabinet with the establishment of this team to fast-track high priority investigation, prosecution on corrupt related matters. The multi-agency ACTT was formed in October 2010, and its work was to prioritize this investigation, as I have indicated. In 2018, it was transformed to also operate as the operational committee in terms of Section 17J of the South African Police Service Act 68 of 1995. The team consists of the DPCI, the National Prosecuting Authority, the Asset Forfeiture Unit included, the Special Investigation Unit, the South African Revenue Service, the National Treasury, the FIC, the National Intelligence Coordinating Committee, the State Security Agency, the Presidency, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Department of Public Service and Administration, the Government Communication and Information System. The ACTT contributes to and report on a quarterly basis to the JCPS cluster on the achievements of the activities. Since its inception, it has dealt with 266 complex cases that were attended. 120 cases were finalized with verdicts. Some of these included the freezing of 4.7 billion through freezing orders, confiscation and forfeiture to the value of 2.3 billion, recoveries related to the proceeds of crime in the amount of 1.9 billion, trials resulting with conviction, that is 109 out of 120, that constitute 91% conviction rate, with acquittal of 11 out of 120, which means that there was a 9% acquittal of the work that was done. The ACTT has also established a fusion center, which is situated at the FIC in 2018. In 2019, with the coming into effect of the COVID-19, the work of the fusion center was also extended to deal with the COVID-19 containment intervention and the investigation relating to those who decided to help themselves on the funds that were designed to fight COVID-19. In this regard, 369 matters were dealt with, of which criminal prosecution was instituted on 129 accused persons. 19 convictions have already been secured with one acquittal. There has been 126 bank accounts that have been affected through the recovery or the freezing of those bank accounts in an amount of 717 million, collectively by both the AFU, the SARS, and the SIU. This is a collective effort of all these government institutions. The OECD Convention on Combating Bribery and Foreign Public Officials, I need not repeat this, as Dr. Woegenraad Vermaak has already indicated the participation of South Africa. The DPSA was tasked to coordinate and facilitate the implementation of the Anti-Bribery Convention and to be a member of the Interdepartmental Working Group chaired by the Department of International Relations and Coordination. I need not expand on this. Coming to the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, the ACTT again participated in leading the process of development of the anti-corruption strategy, which was finalized in 2020 and which ultimately was adopted by the country. And then it is now in the process of being implemented. The National Anti-Corruption Strategy is premised on the principle that there should be more emphasis on the prevention of corruption through good governance, transparency, integrity management, and the accountability in society, and the early detection of potential corrupt practices to supplement the reactive measures executed by law enforcement agencies and other anti-corruption bodies. This is a process where both public entities and public-private organization and individual are expected to work together so that all of us, we adopt a culture of zero tolerance approach towards corruption. At its core of this strategy are 6 pillars that I need not be dealing with all of them, but these pillars are available on the internet already. Just to mention that one of the pillars deals with promote and encourage active citizenry, whistleblowing, integrity, and transparency in all spheres of society. advance the professionalization of employees to optimize their contribution to create corruption-free workplaces. I will just highlight two of the pillars. That is pillar number one. The National Anti-Corruption support the NDP 2020, which proposes a whole society approach to combating corruption. This pillar addresses the importance of including all stakeholders in the fight against corruption, the need for improved relationship between these stakeholders, as well as measures to build and nurture a values-based culture of integrity, transparency, collaboration, service, and accountability. It requires an accessible and transparent government with processes that reduce the potential for corrupt behavior and active citizenry that demands accountability. In pillar 3 of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, it supports constitutional imperatives requiring transparency in operations of government departments and elected representatives. Government's ability is substantially enabled by transparency in decision-making and the management of public resources. Furthermore, the business and civil society sectors also have a duty to ensure appropriate transparency to other citizens that are affected by business activities. This includes donors, beneficiaries, and other groups affected by civil society activities. A specific mention of item 3.4 of this pillar focuses specifically on establishing appropriate instruments and mechanisms to provide for information on beneficial ownership through amendments to or development of legislation, appropriate systems to capture and report on beneficial ownership, information and awareness raising campaigns on the nature of beneficial ownership and the purpose of transparency in this area. In conclusion, in this multi-stakeholder conference on collective action of beneficial ownership transparently in South Africa, from commitment to implementation, it is taking place at an opportune time, and I'm looking forward to an open, fruitful, and comprehensive discussion and practical solution on how stakeholders in government, private sector, and the civil society can partner in moving this agenda forward. I thank you.
Thank you so much to our keynote speaker, and really emphasizing the importance of not just implementing for the sake of it, but ensuring that the data which is ultimately made available is made available in a way that is usable, and emphasizing the importance of timely, adequate, up-to-date, accurate, and verifiable beneficial ownership data. And I think going into discussions today as well as tomorrow is something that all stakeholders need to be considering about how beneficial ownership data should be made available and what that looks like for implementation. So thank you for highlighting that, as well as highlighting the work of the Anti-Corruption Task Force and the Fusion Center. We are now going to go into a panel discussion with esteemed colleagues from various agencies. And the session is going to be led by Mr. Theo Chiveru from the Open Government Partnership. The session is going to be very much about trying to surface and unpack the different roles, responsibilities, as well as actions of various government stakeholders, and the high-level commitments which have been already surfaced to some extent that South Africa has made. We encourage active participation from both in-person and online attendees, and time permitting, there'll be a Q&A session towards the end of the panel. Just to confirm, has a new Zoom link been created for online participants? Excellent. Okay. I now invite Theo Chiviro to join me on stage and to bring colleagues into who Theo is, who's been speaking to this morning. Mr. Chiviro is a governance expert with experience in supporting and engaging governments, multilateral institutions, the private sector, civil society, and civil society to develop and implement reforms. He is currently the regional lead for Africa and the Middle East at the Open Government Partnership. He leads the region's strategy, development, advocacy, fundraising, and establishing a wide range of partnerships. He has also previously worked for the One Campaign, leading their governance work in Africa, as well as an organization that's well known to many of us in South Africa, the Institute of Democracy for Africa, IDASA. He's also had experience working at the Catholic Bishops' Conference, as well as Save the Children, Sweden. So he comes with an illustrious background in matters of both governance, anti-corruption, and transparency. Theo, I invite you to the stage, and Theo will introduce his panelists and invite them to the stage. Thank you so much.
One, two, testing. It's working. Thank you, everyone. So we will have a panel of 6 very esteemed participants. And I think, as Karabo mentioned, and I think as everyone who has spoken before me earlier mentioned, that this is a multi-stakeholder discussion. And you will see that the panel that we'll have is really a multi-stakeholder discussion. I think as Karabo said, I think one of the things that for this panel is really not to, the dues, right, for expectation is not to hold anyone to account, but we want to create a space where we can think collectively in terms of how do we take that next step in terms of implementing beneficial ownership in South Africa, and how can each sector, each of our sectors play a crucial part in terms of implementing. So the panel really is going to try and open up the conversation, because I always have a sense, in other discussions I've had, that the moment you have policymakers on a panel, there's always that itch, to hold them account, say, we need to hold you account. But I would want us to have an open dialogue so that we're able to think together and also open up our minds in terms of how do we take beneficial ownership forward. So I'm going to call, I think, the 6 panelists that I have here, and forgive me if I butcher anyone's name. I have to say this in advance. If I butcher anyone's name, please forgive me for that. We already have on the stage Lieutenant General Libya, I would also want to call on stage Advocates Kanyile, who is the Director for Financial Intelligence Center. A round of applause. I would like to call on the stage Advocate Talega, who is the Deputy Public Protector. I would also want to call on the stage Asmin Khan, who is the operations manager from the World Bank South Africa country office. Next, I would like to call upon Karam Singh, I hope I got that correct, who is the executive director from Corruption Watch. And finally, Pleasure Maseko, who is the Director of Ethics, Integrity, and Conduct Management, and also leads South Africa's work in the G20 with the Department of Public Service and Administration. Thank you. I think, I hope we have, Karabo, been able to open up for the colleagues that are online to be able to also ask questions. Okay. So I would like to start our conversation. I think it's always important for us to be able to set the scene and get a sense of where we are as a country in terms of the implementation of beneficial ownership. And as I said, I think during my opening remarks, the road to advance beneficial ownership transparency has been going on for the last 10 years. There's been a lot of work that has happened in South Africa. And I think I would like to start with Advocate Kanyile from the FIC, because the FIC has been a major player in shaping the discourse. And I think some of the speakers have said this before, has been a major player in leading and shaping, beneficial ownership discourse in South Africa from a legislative perspective, from a policy perspective, but also even on the implementation. So my question to you today is what is the current state of play when we are talking about beneficial ownership in South Africa? Where are we in terms of implementing also some of our international obligations like the FATF? And what have we done? What have been some of the key challenges that we face as a country in terms of implementing beneficial ownership?
Thank you. I think before I go to the state of play in the country, I'll first touch on the global picture, because we're a member of FATF, and FATF is a global organization that is a standard setter when it comes to these issues. I think this discussion has come at a very right time, because recently FATF has released a stock take report. It's a report that was released to the public in April 2022, a couple of months ago. And that report shows that there's good progress that has really happened in the implementation of the FATF standards. But more work needs to be done when it comes to demonstrating effectiveness. And I think South Africa is sitting there. We're a country that needs to do more work when it comes to the implementation of the FATF standards. This stock take report also reveals that when it comes to what has brought us today, the issue of beneficial ownership transparency, out of about 100 countries that were looked at by FATF in conducting this report, it's countries that had undergone the 4th round of mutual evaluation by FATF, only 52% of the countries have the right laws and regulations in place that covers the issues of beneficial ownership in line with recommendation 24 and 25. And remember, that's not a good story because we are not really expected to have the right laws and the regulations in place, but we are expected to implement those laws and demonstrate that you are effective because you are implementing those laws. A sad story is that when it comes to effectiveness, only 9% globally, only 9% of the countries that we really looked at out of the 100 countries that had undergone the 4th round of mutual evaluation had really demonstrated that they are effective. You might get excited and say you are not the only one that's having a problem, but really we can't be counted everywhere amongst the countries that are having problems. We should be able to also tell a good story, and you are capable of doing that. And I appreciate that you are here today and you are having this dialogue and this discussion. It demonstrates that you are really prioritizing this issue now. So we are really not looking good, but I can really touch later on the critical issues that FATF has highlighted in 2019 when we assessed. Our report was released or was discussed in the plenary of 2021 due to COVID, but our report is also not looking good. We have rated very low when it comes to effectiveness. We have been found to have publicly available information, but that information is basic information. It's not information that is accurate, it's not information that is up to date. And when you have information in your registers that is not up to date, that is not current, that information really is not reliable. It won't be reliable because it will tell you the status as it was 10 years ago. And law enforcement agencies won't be able to act on that information if it's the information that doesn't assist us in identifying the wealth of organized criminals, in identifying hidden assets. So we really need to do more as a country in addressing these issues.
While I still have you, advocate, just to push you a little bit, you said our report has not been good, but why do we have such a scenario? Why is South Africa still rated, poorly? That's number one. And secondly, why South Africa? Why are we not stepping up? So that we move away from what I can say, the poorly performing countries. In your opinion,
I so wish we're at the stage where we were compliant when it comes to technical compliance, but we can't demonstrate effectiveness. But it's said that at the moment, even our laws, we need to really review our laws. But with the working group that were formed, we're able now to sit as a collective and discuss what each and every one of us is doing to amend the law. So we're in a process of amending the company law, the Trust Property Control Act, the NPO Act. So that's where we first need to really start. I hear civil society most of the time talking about the issue of access. Before you really come to access, to say, do I have access to this ark? You first need to build the ark. So we need to have the right laws so that we don't do this exercise now and again. We need to also come up with a solution that will fit our needs, that will be suitable for South Africa, not something that have worked well in this country and we take it from the shelves and we try to implement it as a tick box exercise to say we have done it. There is a debate really to say there are countries who are doing well with multiple registers. So we don't have to have a single register. Once we have multiple registers, we are able to even do verification. But the first critical thing is to have the right laws and ensure that there is harmony in these laws. You don't have really various laws in a country that are really not talking to each other. The second issue is also the issue of data that we also need to harmonize and ensure that we are able to collect the same data. But what is also critical, which comes at the end, is the issue of access. When it comes to FATF, FATF says you need to have timely access to the register. It can't take long. General Libya has touched on it. It can't take long for law enforcement agencies to access the information. Access needs to be rapid, it needs to be efficient, and it needs to be timely. So that's very, very critical. So going forward, we'll have to really ensure that we've got law enforcement agencies that we have trained on this issue, that understands the issues of how vulnerable trust, how vulnerable legal companies or legal persons can be, have them really trained on these issues and allow them to have access to these registers.
Thank you very much, Advocate. And I think the issue of access is something that we really want to have a conversation about. And some of us have been talking about going beyond the law enforcement, but also for the citizens to be able to also access that information, but it's something that we'll definitely touch on. I was talking about South Africa's global commitments. I want to go to Pleasure, because she has been leading the work on the G20 side, and South Africa, signed the G20 principles. I think in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, in 2015 they signed the principles, and I think South Africa was one of the few countries that went beyond just signing the principles, but also made a commitment in the Open Government Partnership Action Plan in 2016 to say we are taking those principles and we want to implement them the South African way, within our context. So just to hear from you in terms of where are we in terms of implementing the G20 principles, but also the UN Convention on Anti-Corruption as well. How far have we gone in terms of implementing those two principles that as a country we have signed up?
Thank you, moderator. And maybe before I go into your question, allow me just to explain these G20 high-level principles. I'll try to be very short. As you have indicated, the UNCAC itself, the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, requires states parties to adopt measures to enable transparency among private entities, including beneficial ownership where possible. Now, the G20 took this to another level by adopting the G20 high-level principles on beneficial ownership transparency. That was in 2014. And in short, what is required is for countries to adopt a definition of beneficial ownership. Secondly, assess risks associated with different types of legal persons and arrangements. Collect and maintain beneficial ownership information and make it accessible to competent authorities and law enforcement agencies. And lastly, make sure that there is supervision of these obligations, and law enforcement agencies and competent authorities cooperate domestically and internationally. Now, as you have listened to Advocate Kanyile, you will realize that these principles actually support the FATF standards on beneficial ownership. Now, coming to your question, in 2015, Cabinet endorsed these high-level principles and made a commitment to implement such. And added to that, they endorsed the establishment of the Interdepartmental Committee to oversee the implementation of the action plan towards realizing the implementation of the principles. So in 2017, the FIC Act was amended and included the definition of beneficial owner. I think that was the first time we have the definition as South Africa. In 2018, we went on to conduct the risk assessment that looked at the risk associated with different types of legal persons and arrangements in South Africa, including an assessment of South Africa's legislative operational systems, resourcing, oversight and coordination, and access to information risks. So all those are contained in the report. So key recommendations in the report of the risk assessment is that we must establish a central register to collate relevant beneficial ownership information from different departments and institutions. We must harmonize our domestic legislation and institutions impacting on beneficial ownership transparency to avoid fragmentation and conflicting legislative framework. Thirdly, we must rationalize and improve current data. And so that is how far we have gone in terms of the principles. The rest of the principles depend on us establishing the register. Now, we have taken the decision in terms of our approach to the register. And it's as follows. This is how we are envisaging the register, because the development of one central register might be too much of a dream. We need to start somewhere in doing that. So we have adopted a three-pronged approach towards the establishment of the registers. And the first register will look at corporates and legal persons, and this is the information that is held by the CIPC. The second leg will look at the trust register under the Master's Office, that's the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. And then we have the third leg, which will look at other registers, structures, assets, and information that impact on beneficial ownership. And that will include the NPO register, for an example, the deeds register, and other public benefit organizations. So, and we are aware of the fact that to realize this vision, the registries should start to talk to each other, which means they must use the same data model informed by a harmonized policy approach. I'm sure you've heard Advocate Kanyile talking about our legislative framework, which needs to be harmonized. The registries should allow for accessibility and sharing of data across the different registries. In that way, we should be able to improve the quality of data held by each register. And that data must be easily and timely accessible to competent authorities and law enforcement agencies. Now, we have already also, in a way, started the process of harmonizing legislation. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development is looking at amending the Trust Property Act to also include beneficial ownership transparency. The Department of Trade, Industry and Competition is looking at the Companies Act, the amendment of the Companies Act. If I'm not mistaken, the Department of Social Development is also looking at the amendment of the NPO Act. So that is basically how far we have went in terms of implementing the principles. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I think one question that I will have, and again, not for now, but I think when we speak about issues of access, it will be interesting how a multi-stakeholder approach, because I think from what you have spoken, you have just said, there are so many moving pieces that are happening at the same time. And how can, because in this discussion, how can a multi-stakeholder approach support the work that you're doing? And how can business come in? Are you talking to the business? Are you talking to civil society? And because I think we don't see this as just a government only process. How do we do that? But I'll come back to you and also to advocate as well on that one, because FIC is very important in terms of that. But I want to go to Lieutenant General, because I think in your opening remarks, you spoke about what ACTT is doing, but I would want for you to just talk briefly in terms of, especially in Pillar 1 and Pillar 3 of the anti-corruption national strategy. It speaks specifically to beneficial ownership transparency, and I would want to hear from you, number one, how is the task force engaging with all the different processes that I think both the previous speakers have spoken about? And secondly, how do you see from a law enforcement angle that this data will help your work?
Thank you very much, Mr. Facilitator. I think that the ACTT, as I've indicated, is consisting of various role players. Among them is the FIC. Each one still retain the mandate that they originally have in terms of the founding legislation. So all of their activities that they are doing form part of the ACTT. So when they're talking about the amendment of the laws, those that are involved in the amendment of the laws will be participating in the ACTT structures. If this information is available with regard to law enforcement, it will assist the speedy finalization of the investigation. You need not find that in your investigation, you come across information that is outdated, that is not helpful. So when information is accurate and updated, it helps to speed up the processes even before those who are receiving the proceeds can actually get rid of them. That is how it will obviously assist law enforcement. And that record, at times, you may find that it is not only needed nationally, but also helping our law enforcement abroad. They will be relying on us. If locally we are not able to access proper information, it means that internationally we become ineffective. We will not be assisting. So that is how the ACTT generally will be assisted. So I think that is how I will respond at this stage.
Thank you. If you can allow me to be a bit cheeky a little bit, just sort of as a follow-up question. Do we have the necessary political muscle behind the beneficial ownership reforms in South Africa? Do we have the necessary political support to drive it from your perspective?
From my view, I do not doubt political support. You see that political support comes with the processing of the laws. It is at political level where these laws are decided upon. Once the law is adopted, there will be no one who will stand on the way of those who are implementing. So I do not have a doubt that there is no political support. All of us who are sitting here belong to a particular political arrangement in terms of accountability. But I think that if there is anyone who feels that there is no support, maybe they might raise it. From where I'm standing, I can't say that there is a lack of political support. The the processing of these laws come through some of the forums that we sit in, the JCPS and the like, challenging it through the ministers, and then until it goes to Parliament, where laws need to be adopted. So I do not doubt political support. Thanks.
Can I also add, when we took our cabinet memo, and the doctor has touched on it, Dr. Perman, when we took our cabinet memo on our initial evaluation report, we also had a clause that touched into the issues of beneficial ownership, forming a working group and having that working group reporting to the IDC. And that was really accepted by cabinet. So I wouldn't really say that there is a problem in that angle. We just have to really move and move with speed and be integrated and ensure that whatever we build is something that is fit for purpose.
Yeah, I can never disagree with that. Very firm confirmation that we do have political support behind the process, which is very important. I would like to, come to a very important office, which is the Public Protector Office, as a Chapter 9 institution, and then hear from you, as a lot of investigations have happened in your office. I think it's a two-part question for you. One, how have you interacted with the beneficial ownership information that currently exists, but also how would you find it useful from an investigation from your angle of beneficial ownership information, especially around issues of public service delivery? I think in my opening remarks, I've always tended to worry that we, the people that work in the space of beneficial ownership, have made it very technical. We've made it very technical, whereas it's about the citizens, because it's about them, making sure that the private sector, the business, is able to provide those services. So I want to hear from your angle how useful it has been, if you have, and how you would find it useful from your side.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Theo. I think firstly, it is important that I outline that our interaction is not just on a service delivery point of view. The Constitution gives the public protector the powers to investigate all state affairs. So these include actions which are detrimental to the citizenry, inactions which are detrimental to the citizenry in the country, to report thereon and to take appropriate remedial action. And what is now critical due to the development in jurisprudence is that our remedial action is binding unless set aside by a court of law. Now, I think what is critical that Advocate Kanyile has raised and Lieutenant General Libya is on the pace of the implementation and where we stand with the implementation. Now, with the powers of the public protector, we don't only investigate upon reporting, but we also do own initiative investigations based on observations around democratic issues, because our pertinent mandate is to ensure the strengthening of constitutional democracy. Now, in this aspect, let me just start that, I mean, we've got a critical role in terms of the NDP. We are listed as one of the anti-corruption institutions in the system. And as you are well aware, the Zondo Commission derives out of the remedial action of the public protector. So yes, we have interacted with information around beneficial ownership. However, the challenge, and as Advocate Kanyile say, that there is a process of amending the Companies Act, is piercing the corporate veil, to find out actually who is behind a particular company. We've had several cases around procurement irregularities, infringement of the Supply Chain Management Act and so forth. But because of that corporate veil, you know, it does become a bit difficult to then realize who is behind this particular company, who is fronting, because we have a lot of fronting as well in the country, which is some of the cases that we have dealt with. I mean, currently, we are also experiencing a situation where there's not even sufficient protection for whistleblowers, you know, who play a critical role and who we are also responsible for the Protected Disclosures Act as the public protector, but we are also mentioned in POCA, you know, in PRECA rather, as a critical instrument in fighting corruption. But again, reflecting on the issues of implementation, what then becomes our role, especially in the beneficial ownership sector, is that we have transformed where we actually align to the risk-based approach as the public protector. Therefore, even investigating before something blows out of proportion, but be able to be preventative. Now, in most instances, and why we seem to be going slower than we should be, Advocate Kanyile, is that government tends to want to be the player and the referee at the same time. And whereas you've got these constitutional institutions which can play the referee role in assisting with a speedier approach from government in terms of implementation. For instance, we are currently embarking on the systemic investigation into the justice system in dealing with gender-based violence. Now, what are the systemic challenges that are preventing government to be where they want to be? So we can easily also do a systemic investigation into beneficiary ownership, transparency, or any other of these systems that need to be put in place, where we put in or we take binding remedial action, clear action plans in assisting government to be able to deliver at the end of the day. Now, through the many legislations that I've mentioned and a lot of cases that we've done into PRASA, the National Arts Council, we have dealt with instances where if we had a more transparent system into beneficial ownership, our investigations would have been more effective. Now, we have also found that the level of transparency in terms of policies, SOPs, and legislation doesn't really allow for a more prudent investigation that will result in a more formative deterrence, which we hope through these reforms on transparency to be able to get. Now, again, us forming part of this partnership and actually being invited here actually does show that there is a commitment, you know, to ensure that we are able to work together, look into our different mandates and the constitutional strengths that we have. And what is more beneficial about the Office of the Public Protector is that we are not accountable to government, you know. Ours is a constitutional mandate, we are independent, and once we take a remedial action, at least it does steer the ship to the right direction. And I appreciate what colleagues are saying, that there is a political will into the implementation, but at the end of the day, the political ship is being driven by human beings, and human beings are susceptible to, you know, at times to little slack behind. And that is why it is then important to have institutions such as ours to ensure that we assist to a more speedily resolution.
Thank you. Just to push you a little bit, you know, you were when you mentioned that, you know, government plays as the referee and as the player at the same time, and I think at the end, what role do you think that the public protector can play? Because I think it's one thing to say we want the space, but it's also another thing to say, if we get the space to contribute to the beneficial ownerships discussion, this is what we can do as the public protector. How do you see the role of the public protector, not only, you know, in the implementation, but also pushing the boundaries on beneficial ownership? What role do you see?
As I've said there, firstly, our role would be to ensure that the timelines that they put for themselves, they are able to meet those particular timelines. Because if we then get involved and we formalize that and we actually even hand out an intervention, part of our act is also to intervene. So which is now not necessarily an investigation, which is prolonged, but to ensure that we are part of the system that moves along. So through our intervention powers, we can then be able to ensure that government is able to timeously move along, but also being compliant with the international standards that are required.
Accountability mechanisms for
Yes,
accountability.
definitely.
Yeah, I want to go to Karam Sang, because Corruption Watch has been very, has been very vocal. One, following what has been coming out of the Zondo Commission and the reports that are coming out of there, and you followed those cases. And also you've been very much involved, in the FATF processes and the discussions. I just want to hear from you, and I think we've had this political will. The challenge remains implementation. I think almost everyone on the panel is talking about implementation. From your perspective, right? How can we get to the finishing line? How can we get it done? Because I think it's one thing for us to continue talking about coordination, to talk about legislation, but how do we get to the finishing? How do we actually implement this? Where's the problem that is not making us implement?
Well, that's a very difficult question. And I think what you're pointing to is there a silver bullet to get us over the line? And I'm not sure that we're there yet. There's this sense that we are at this perpetual crossroads, right, in the fight against corruption, that we've seen some significant developments in the last period. We saw the Zondo Commission. We've seen the reports coming out of the Zondo Commission. Quite a comprehensive and impressive judicial commission of inquiry, one that's created a lot of frustration because of the time that it's taken, and frustration now at how do we move from findings and recommendations to actual consequence management. In the moment of receiving the Zondo reports and the proceedings, we had the PPE debacle, which was something which happened not in the era of state capture, but happened after the supposed new dawn, involving hundreds of millions, if not billions of rand in irregular spending, fronting, abuse of the types of issues that we're talking about today. The other moment that we have now is the implementation of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which the General referred to. I've actually got a hard copy of it here, because in my prep for today, I wanted to look both at the reports coming out of the Zondo Commission and to look closely at the National Anti-Corruption Strategy to understand the extent to which the issue of beneficial ownership transparency is clearly identified in these documents as an issue. And I was disappointed. It's here in the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, but it doesn't seem to receive the type of attention that it requires, certainly the type of attention equivalent to these other issues that we're dealing with around enhancing whistleblower protection and support, around reforming the public procurement system. The report kind of skirts around it, and you don't see any clear articulation of the G20 principles or the FATF recommendations as needing to find expression in the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. If I'm misreading this, please somebody correct me. Similarly, out of the Zondo Commission, we're getting these impressive case studies around what's happened at SOEs in particular, which points to major issues around transparency lapses and the vulnerabilities in the system. And we're getting a number of systemic recommendations coming out of the Zondo reports. Systemic recommendations relating to how we do appointments, recommendations relating to procurements. And it's going to be a mammoth task to take all of those recommendations coming out of the Zondo Commission, to align them with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy and to drive that into policies and implementation. From my reading of the situation, and this is an incredibly important gathering, and huge credit to everybody involved in pulling this together. This is a very timely discussion. I don't know that we're at the moment on beneficial ownership transparency where we say we can turn the corner, where we can flip the switch and we can get to implementation. It doesn't strike me that we're there yet as a society in terms of understanding the culture of corruption. And the general said something quite profound earlier this morning, that we have endemic corruption in South Africa. Those of you who've been working in the corruption field for at least the last decade know that 10 years ago, that was a debate that we used to have. Do we have endemic corruption? And if we do, what's our endemic response to fighting it? It's about dealing with all of these issues square head on, systematically, implementing the recommendations and driving through the agenda. So on to your first question, which wasn't to me, about is there political support? I don't doubt that there is political support. I don't doubt that there is a level of political will. The question that I'm left with is that political will commensurate to the problem that we're facing? Have we really come to grips with how corruption has become a social and cultural issue? So, 3 weeks ago, we got lots of requests for media comment in relationship to the KZN disaster relief. It was a really interesting moment because this is now prior to the funds being looted. We had this social kind of anxiety that the funds will get looted. And what are we going to do about it? This is the first time this happened in my recollection in exactly this way. So how do we translate those concerns, that anxiety, into driving through the agenda, which has been on the table on this issue for many, many years? And I feel that, in 2022, we're living with the long shadow of the governing party's party conference at the end of the year, which should hopefully bring back into power those committed to the fight against corruption. It could go the other way. It feels that there is a hesitancy and there is a resistance to driving strongly the kind of reform that we need from our political principles in this moment, because they're not sure if they're going to retain their positions at the end of the year. I don't know if that's a cynical, I don't know if that's an inappropriate comment for this forum, but on your question of what's it going to take to implement, I think we need stronger political will. I think we need stronger leadership. I think we need a stronger identification and realization that this is a burning issue. And then we need that kind of coordination to drive a collective response. So when I hear that DSD still needs to look at the MPOs, that DOJ still needs to look at the trusts, that DTI, still needs to, coordinate information that it has with DIPC, my sense is that we're still dealing with something which is in government is not as coordinated and driven and recognized in the way that it needs to be for us to get to that implementation point.
And do you think that civil society is doing enough to push? And is there enough space for civil society to be a key player in pushing for that implementation?
Yes and no. I think civil society is making some of the right efforts. I think a conference like this, I think the advocacy that's coming from civil society, I think the public education that's coming from civil society has been critical. It feels in some ways that we may be further down the line on other issues, like enhancing the whistleblower protection system. It feels like with beneficial ownership transparency, we may be at a similar place that we're at when it comes to advocacy around procurement reform. I think that there's still some reticence from some in government to working closely with civil society. I think, there's a sense that we troublemakers, when we put in information requests, we get pushback, so it's inconsistent. But certainly there is a lot of goodwill, from some key officials, and you wouldn't have gotten the type of support from government for this forum that you got if there wasn't that type of commitment to working with civil society. So I think we're doing what we can, but I don't think it's we can claim any easy victories or say that we're doing enough. We must do more.
From commitment to implementation, and that's why we're here, to try and see how we can get there. I think, we speak, and I think Advocate started earlier and say that, there are, South Africa is not doing so well, similar to other countries. But I want to hear from the World Bank, because I think the World Bank sits in a very, interesting position, because you work with numerous countries globally that are also looking to implement beneficial ownership reforms. What lessons can South Africa, because I think everyone is talking about we need to move faster in terms of implementation. What lessons can South Africa learn from other countries that are either doing well or are doing badly? Because also you can learn from, from countries that are doing badly. What can South Africa learn in terms of, moving the speed of implementation of beneficial ownership, South Africa, from the World Bank's perspective and the experience working working with other governments in other countries?
Thanks very much, Sir Theo. First, it's a great honor to be sitting on such an illustrious panel, and also to be the last member to speak, because I've been, benefiting from the discourse that's been happening. And one thing that's really clear is I think there's a real commitment from the South African government, just by looking at this panel that's sitting here, and that you have a very vibrant civil society in this country that is open, that speaks up, and constantly pushes government to try and do even more, and to try and keep government accountable. So the fact that we're all sitting here and having this discussion, in many countries in the world, you won't be having this discussion. You wouldn't have these people on the same panel together. So I think that's a plus. But then how do we move forward and move towards implementation, which is really the focus of this discussion today. So what I'll do in my points is I'll talk a little bit about the role that the World Bank is playing globally, both in our convening role, through our partnerships, by providing technical assistance and investments to countries, and then what are some of the lessons that are emerging from that particular perspective that we have. So we've been sort of very much at the forefront of the international policy discussion. The World Bank provides technical assistance and capacity building to implement the standards and reporting requirements, beneficial ownership, including commitments made by G20 countries. We're updating and supporting the implementation of international accounting and auditing standards through our PIFA instrument. We're assisting tax authorities in gathering and sharing beneficial ownership information as part of the requirements under the base erosion and profit sharing actions. We're partnering with the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for tax purposes, and training officials, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, on beneficial ownership standards. We're providing capacity building to law enforcement and regulators to support the implementation of FATF standards. We're assisting in strengthening the systems for collecting and assessing information on beneficial ownership, and also strengthening the financial disclosure systems and assessment of AML, CFT risks. Through our procurement work, we're also developing a global procurement risk analytic tools, which is an open source platform for procurement decision makers, oversight authorities, and CSOs to identify, analyze, and proactively mitigate. And I think this gets back to some of the points that have been made earlier, is the need to provide information and also capacity building on how to analyze this information, particularly information that's being provided in open source data formats. Some examples of our work: we're working with UNODC and through our Stolen Asset Recovery Initiative, and we're actively engaging. For example, in Panama, we've helped them in developing an ultimate beneficial ownership registry according to international standards. And I think we've had some comments earlier about how do you bring all these different beneficial ownership registers together. In Ukraine and Moldova, we've also included an obligation to disclose beneficial ownership in the income and asset declaration system, even if a property or asset is not legally titled in the declarer's name. We've recently published a study on enhancing government effectiveness and transparency, the fight against ownership, fight against corruption. And some of the things we've identified are, one, risks and entry points. What are the corruption risks and beneficial ownership vulnerabilities, particularly in areas of extractive industries, public procurement, foreign companies, real estate holdings? What are the standards or norms that governments have signed up to? Will it support the implementation of disclosure regimes? And what approach will best ensure that the information disclosed is accurate and up to date? Because I think some of our panel members had mentioned that information is sometimes really outdated, so you really can't do the analysis. But I think what's clear is that no single model works. And it's really important that transparency is really addressed in public procurement risk. Let me just give you one example of the work that we've been doing in Nigeria, particularly with the Open Government Partnership. Nigeria started its transparency reforms in phases, beginning with its commitment in a summit in 2016 and joining the OGP the following year. The first phase focused on the extractive industries sector, using the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. They focused on transitioning the establishment of a national public registry of corporate ownership under the Corporate Affairs Commission with support from the Ministry of Justice and Finance. In its current phase, it's engaging with various stakeholders in the use of resulting BOT data and applying this data to current and future legislation on anti-corruption efforts. A core aspect has been the OGP memberships, which include more civil society engagement in BOT policy reforms. And we've been supporting these reforms through several investment operations, including a trust fund through the OGP. And then going forward, future phases will include linking beneficial ownership transparency to public procurement reform, particularly of the EGP system, and citizens CSO engagement in the resulting open contracting data. So what can South Africa learn from other countries? One is the need for effective means of verifying disclosed information. Criminals have every incentive to lie and preserve their anonymous identity, and they've developed very sophisticated techniques to do that. So the usefulness of any register that holds beneficial ownership information is really based on the veracity and timeliness of the information it holds. So again, how is this information being checked and updated? Registries can operate on the basis of self-reporting by companies, but that can be unreliable. And you're not able to do so in real time. So it's much harder to corroborate whether this basic information is correct. I think that this point has already been mentioned: winning political support and maintaining the momentum of early efforts. It touches many, beneficial ownership touches many stakeholders. As we've seen, it involves multiple agencies and areas of laws. And while global standards and initiatives can provide a platform and opportunity, incremental approaches may be needed to sustain the momentum and scale up transparency over time. It's not going to happen overnight. The third point is the complex legislation and technical requirements in setting up an effective disclosure system. Regulation of registers, a mechanism for reporting discrepancies, enforceable sanctions for misreporting, and again, relying on technology. Technology is just moving in leaps and bounds. How can that be used to enable a range of users and stakeholders to engage with the resulting data? Balancing privacy and transparency. Beneficial ownership data incorporates identifying information about individuals, but you need to also balance that objective with protecting personal data. And South Africa has a very strong Personal Data Protection Act. Balancing fighting corruption and ease of doing business. Disclosure obligations and verification mechanisms also impose administrative burdens on companies. And you don't want to become a gatekeeper on professional intermediaries as well. So you need to strike a careful balance between the competing objectives of fighting corruption and enhancing the ease of doing business. Tailoring an approach that understands the risks. So corruption risks are different in each country and are continually evolving. So an assessment of the risk should inform decisions about approaches that you want to take on beneficial ownership. Ensuring effective enforcement of sanctions. I think we have a number of people who are involved in the sanction approach over here. So a 2019 analysis of the public data in the UK Companies House Registry shows that a lack of systematic verification of self-reported data combined with a lack of enforcement of sanctions leads to really undermines the effectiveness of the registry. And you can see that in the UK right now with the whole issue of Russian ownership of property and businesses. And then finally, increased transparency can also have unintended consequences. Even though it is a vital element for accountability measures, well-intentioned policy reforms can also lead to unintended consequences. And people can exploit regulatory loopholes or accountability to evade detection. So I think cross-border cooperation on obtaining information on beneficial ownership records from foreign authorities should also be part of what South Africa should move towards. Let me just stop there, but I think, again, the points that I made go to show that, there's no one single answer or solution. It's pretty complex. You need to start on an incremental basis. Civil society plays an important role, but we also need to get the press and other stakeholders, the business community. You have a lot of business associations. You need to get everybody to sort of sign up to the principles and think through, how do you want to start showing some results? You can get bogged down in trying to kind of change all the laws all at the same time, trying to get all the agencies to coordinate. But I think it's really important to show some early quick wins to build the momentum and the demand for this work going forward, because ultimately it's the politicians in parliament who need to pass the laws. It's the citizens who need to demand that the politicians pass those laws and actually get the law enforcement agencies to enforce those laws. And finally, we need to get the private sector in this country to also sign up to these principles and sort of do some self-policing themselves. Let me just stop there.
No, thank you very much. I just want to check with the timekeepers. How are we doing on time? We're good. Okay. Yeah, I think where you ended, Asmin, is very important, because I would want this, especially, all the speakers to think about what are the quick wins that we need to identify. Because I think what we are all agreeing or what I'm hearing is that it's a long, complex process for us to get to where we want to go. But what are some of the 2 to 3 quick wins we need to focus on collectively, but also separately as different institutions? But just as you ponder on that, I just want to check if there's any thoughts from the audience around that. Can we get a mic, hovering mic? I think there's one question there. 2.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I was going to pose a hypothesis, but I think—
Sorry, can you say your name, who you represent, so that we all know? Thank you.
Because I'm Gilbert April. I don't want to say further at the stage here. I'm just going to say I'm Gilbert April, to be safe and so on. I was going to pose a hypothesis, but I think in the interest of time, I'm going to make a comment. I spoke last week to a former police commissioner in the Western Cape who's fighting his reinstatement now. He was fired on flimsy things. My point is this, and I asked him, how are we doing? He said, for now, the new guy, he's there to stabilize top management. We are in trouble, but he's just there to stabilize. I guess I'm trying to build a nexus between what do we have the know-how? Do we have the know-how in the police, in government, in so on, to fight effectively corruption? Because people will phone and say, you know what, don't give the money in KZN to the government, give it to Mr. Suleiman, Imtiaz Suleiman. Yeah, Imtiaz Suleiman, give it to him, because they don't trust government. And I've been listening here now, And it doesn't inspire me to hear that people say, we are busy to do that, we are busy to do that, we are busy to do that. My point is that at this stage, we should have said, you know what, this is already there. Because somebody said to me, Gilbert, nothing is going to happen until 2024, after the next elections. Then you can expect something to happen. For now, forget about it.
I think there's another hand, but no, there's another hand there. And also, if you know which you want to answer your question, please do say so.
Thank you very much. I'm Sinan Mirzoyev from Eridat Consulting. I'm a legal consultant. This was a very interesting discussion, and thank you to everyone for sharing their insights. Some pressing questions. I'll also be a little bit cheeky, and I hope you'll forgive me, but it's really an opportunity with such an auspicious path to ask these sorts of questions. So mine really goes to the point of Lieutenant General Labia. You mentioned a lot about the anti-corruption task team and its new function and sort of the achievements that it's managed to get to date. However, I want to know more speaking, how to reconcile the establishment of this body when you've got bureaucratic considerations like KPIs, competition between departments, and at the end of the day, how do you hold different state agencies accountable in terms of what their performance has been? I can count numerous instances where, for instance, the FIC has produced some really powerful information, which has then been shared to asset seizures and forfeitures in the SIU, but then criminal referrals, for instance, don't really get anywhere, once it gets to law enforcement stage, whether it be the NPA or the Hawks. How does that accountability work within the ACTT, and how do you foresee that could work moving forward? That also leads to my question around political support, where I think unanimously the panel has said that it exists. However, we know from the Zondo Commission, they're now talking about establishing a dedicated body for corruption fighting. The NPA has come forward saying that it wants 1.7 billion rand to help and prosecutes the capture cases. And the SNP massive budget cuts in the past year. To really say that the political support is there when the money isn't. I think going from that and onto the question of beneficial ownership, really, and I really appreciate the views from the DPSA in terms of making an attempt to harmonize this information. I think harmonization also came forward from Advocate Kanyile. So perhaps if both your perspectives on this, this would be welcome. But, at these stands, harmonization is obviously a massive issue. I can think of at least 4 different places where data is currently being submitted and it's being duplicated. Obviously, there's the central supply database. If someone wants to do business with government, there's the CIPC stage where shareholder information may or may not be gathered. Hopefully, following amendments, more of it will be gathered. And then, there's KYC processes that the banks will follow in order to gather beneficial ownership data. So is there any thinking as to where this data should be held? I know the DPSA mentioned that there's 3 different sites for this, but is there any thinking around how you centralize this? And secondly, how do you ensure that at the end of the day, there's some sort of interaction? So this information isn't just lost in some silo in government, which is often the challenge. When we're looking at how do we deal with beneficial ownership issues and corruption related to that. And I think that really leads to the point of accountability as well. Who would be accountable for beneficial ownership registers? If everyone is working together, who do we hold to, or who do we take to task when things aren't working? And I think on the point of accountability, perhaps a challenging question to Corruption Watch. On this point, oftentimes civil society have the pleasure of standing outside and pointing out challenges within government. And I think now we're in a rare position in South Africa, and obviously a fortunate position where government has shown its willingness to work with civil society. But now you're in a very accountable position as well. Now the society expects you to have that same sort of interaction with government departments and to ultimately be accountable to the public. So how do you think Corruption Watch can be held accountable in terms of its position in being an interface between the public and government? And how can it be held accountable at the end of the day? Hopefully I've canvassed the whole panel and I've spoken for far too long, but it'll be very interesting to get the answers to these questions. Thank you.
No, I mean, very interesting questions. I think you touched on quite a lot. So I think there was another hand here. So we'll finish this round and then we'll be back to you in the next round. I think we still have some time.
Good afternoon. My name is Musilo Mutepu, the state capture whistleblower, the Nenegate whistleblower, the Trillion whistleblower. So I've gone through to the public protector at the time, Tuli Madonsed, in 2016, and the PDA didn't protect me. So now, what role does a public protector have with regards to the Zondo recommendations to tightening and protecting the legislation? We are bogged down with litigation. NGOs don't help us. I was helped by PLUS, the protection platform for whistleblowers in Africa. They're based in Paris. They assist Julian Assange and Edward Snowden. When I went to the NGOs in South Africa, they said my matter was not of national interest. So interestingly, when my statement was now leaked to the public in the Sunday Times, the Hawks decided that I was a target. Trillion charged me with 9 criminal charges. And the Hawk says because of the political situation and because of how connected Salim Issa and Eric Wood are to the office, they have to expedite my case to the NPA. How do you now legislatively deal with and protect and deter the legal system to be abused? Secondly, by the way, I am still a suspect under the NPA. I have still not gotten a certificate of non-prosecution. As soon as Cyril Ramaphosa won in Nazareth 2017, December, in January, the Hawks said, and the NPA, help us find the criminals now. I said, but I thought I was a criminal. So just that shift in the political ruling party shifted an independent crime-fighting body. My last point, we want people now to be prosecuted. I have one affidavit that was used to arrest Kuben Moodley for fraud, theft, and corruption. He was on his way to Dubai. 380 million is the amount. He was given 250,000 rand bail. I had to hire my own bodyguard. What role? When now these cases are ready to go to court, we've seen that life is cheap in South Africa. I'm financially depleted because I have to dig into my own resources. So generally, I'm tired of talk shop. We need implementation. And if it doesn't happen, we cannot have the democracy we dream of. And those who have information, they'll just sit on it because the state has failed them. Civil society has failed them. And those same government and politicians who are going to implement, why would they implement it? It means them going to jail because they are implicated. So it's a catch-22 situation. Sorry for taking so long.
No, thank you very much. what you have just said.
Program Director prerogative. There's 15 minutes, and just a reminder about the online delegates and their questions.
Thank you very much. I think what you've just said, I think there are a lot of books that have been written that fighting corruption is dangerous. And I think it is dangerous, but it does not make us stop because it has to be dealt with. I think that there are a few questions that have come up, and I don't know which ones the speakers want to, I'll open up to the speakers to just raise. I think there's the issue of resources, and I think I did see one also on the chat that is also asking about, do we have the necessary resource? I think that's one of the questions. Budgets are being cut. What do we need to do? There's the issue of the harmonization of legislation, and also the issue of accountability, right, across the board within ACTT, FIC, civil society. I think everyone should be held accountable across. And then there's also the issue of whistleblowers. I think we have a lot of people that are, and I think it's really a big topic in South Africa at the moment. I'm not sure if our speakers would want to touch on it on this particular event, but I'll be happy to hear if anyone wants to touch on that. So I'll start from anyone who wants to start coming first on any of the points, any of my speakers.
No, thank you. You have touched, I'll first start with you on the issue of the quick wins. I don't think on this issue, really there are quick wins, especially when we are very far and we still need to review our legislation. But I'm happy that this process is really ongoing. And it's not only the issue of legislation, it's also the issue, it's covered by legislation, of ensuring that we do enforcement. When we have criminals who are still hiding behind companies and they're awarded, one person gets a tender 5 times because we think we're dealing with one person and nominee shareholders. We need to have legislation that will enable us to impose sanctions for those people who are lying to us or who don't give us information. And FATF is saying when it comes to those sanctions need to speak to the nature of the transgression. They need to be proportionate and they need to be dissuasive. You need to be able to show that as a result of the sanctions that have imposed, people are now really disclosing this information and they are telling me the truth. So enforcement is very, very much critical. But coordination, I believe really with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, we worked with Corruption Watch. They gave inputs into the document that my colleague, he's talking about. They were part of the reference group. And we're able, the Civil Society and Susan Foundation was part of it, academia, we're able to work as a collective, still having government leading, because government needs to really take its role and play its part. So it's something that we have done in the past and it worked well. And we can do this even here and prioritize this issue. He has asked a very critical question to say, really, there are a lot of resources spent by the banks reporting suspicious transaction reports. Information goes to law enforcement agencies, but really we don't see a lot happening. But it's also touched by our national risk assessment. The issues of us doing a national risk assessment, understanding where are we most vulnerable when it comes to legal persons, foreign legal persons, your PEPs here, your foreign PEPs, using these legal arrangements in legal persons. But the national FATF also revealed really that we are very much under-resourced. In 2019, the situation was even worse with the police when we look at the number of the police that were in the Hawks. And our report is saying cases that are reported in the police station, 50% of them are proceeds generating crimes, which says we need to have a paradigm shift. We need to have more financial investigators. We need to have, instead of just police officers who come and take your statement and prepare a report. We need seasoned financial investigators. We need people who are going to understand data technologists. We need forensic investigators in the state that are going to understand the money. We need and the flow of funds. We need financial investigators that are going to be able to convert all the intelligence that comes from the FIC. So we are feeling what you are really touching on, but we've got the fusion center now wherein we are able to sit with law enforcement agencies and even deal with cases that have not been picked up, cases where complainants have not gone and reported a case at the police station, but we've been able to pick them up as a result of the information that comes to us, information that comes through whistleblowing. We sit as a collective and we improve on the speed and the quality of those cases. So there is a lot really that's happening in the space, but still, I believe law enforcement agencies, including prosecution and the police, even the FIC. In the FIC, I always say one bank in South Africa will be sitting with about 200 analysts. I'm sitting with less than 50. So how am I going to produce quality intelligence that will assist law enforcement agencies if I'm not sufficiently capacitated? But government really is listening to us. They are capacitating us. You never say it's enough, but I've received funding. He has received funding. The prosecution has received funding, but we still need more because 50% of the crimes that are reported in our country are proceeds generating crimes.
Thank you, Advocate. I want to go to Lieutenant General Libya, and I want you also to touch on the question of resources. Do we have adequate resources to do what needs to be done?
Thank you very much for the questions. I think that as a point of departure, just to allay some of the fears, starting with the first question of whether the police know how to do the work. An example cited of the Western Cape. The provincial commissioner of this province is highly educated operationally, and is also an advocate of the High Court in South Africa. So I don't think that there is a need to doubt. There has been a perception in the past that the police are those who are not educated, who do not know much about the work that they are doing. I think that that perception maybe need to be laid to rest. Presently, I've got administrators who have got master's degrees. They are highly educated. The investigators, I have got investigators who are doctors. Some of them are assigned to go and assist the ID in dealing with the matters that will be emanating from the State Capture Commission. Some of them are advocates. They are not prosecuting, they are investigating. So they understand what they are doing. In conducting their investigation, they already draft charge sheet. In fact, obviously they work closely with the NPA, which also guide them that this is what is expected. I just needed to say that we have got skilled officials in the environment. The number is the one that may not be sufficient. We are working on that. We have been provided the funds. I think the last few years, 3 years, you may have observed that due to the COVID-19, the recruitment processes has not been as we expected, which is why you can see this year alone, we have got 10,000, 12,000 that are currently going through several processes in the colleges, which is why we even have to get additional accommodation facility in the South African National Defense Force as ours were not capable of taking that big number at a go. But we have got the financial muscle, the financial resources, which means that there is a support from those who provide finances. It's just that we need to be recruiting the people with relevant experience. As we are an elite environment, at times you need those who already have got experience, because when you take from the street, you are still going to be training more, which will take more time. I must indicate that even with the state capture commission report, we have already identified the matters that require law enforcement agencies. The 139 recommendations that require law enforcement agencies, we have identified those. There is already work taking place, both the Hawks, the ID, and the other law enforcement agencies to work on those so that none of those recommendations can fall through the cracks. I have noted the concern regarding the PPEs. In that area, I have indicated that we have also arrested 129, which means that work is already taking place there. Even people who have disguised their identities and the like, it have just taken a little longer. But at the end of the day, 129 that we 129 that we have arrested means that work is taking place. But maybe one must also ask a question: how is the correctional facility sitting? Because that is where, when we secure this, we place there in the correctional facilities. And I think that they are all overflowing, which means that there is work that is being done regardless of the limited resources. The government is obviously putting processes in place to tackle corruption, because corruption is the starting point. We have got the Hawks, we have got the anti-corruption units that are being created in the greater SAPS. These are things that we shall have closed somewhere in 2000. We are reviving them. You have got the ID that is specifically created to deal with matters emanating from the commissions. We support them, we work closely with them. There are other entities, the IPAD, the SIU, all these are designed to fight corruption in general. So with regard to the ACTT, how finances is working and the like, we can say that there is a political support in respect of these entities that are forming part of the ACTT. The budgeting is not done in one pot. Each one of these entities is getting finance from its own department. The money that at times we use collectively is that which we can get from the CARA funding process. That is where the activities require all the entities to utilize, like training. So there is those resources that are taking place. The ACTT is designed to ensure that there is no silo mentality. We work as a collective. I must say that the ACTT was just an arrangement of the government. But with the operational committee, it is now legislated that there is an obligation for those departments that have been mentioned to participate in a collective manner. So that ACTT, which started as a mere direction from the JCPS, that body, when it sits, it wears two caps, ACTT and the operational committee. And that, for me, is something that we should be happy about. In our environment, I think the quick wins is what we know. We are going to be ensuring that there is a training for our investigators. which is something that is doable. I think for now, those are the comments from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to come to you, Advocate. I think the question on whistleblower protection. Just briefly, I'm just worried about time. We are now coming to an end. Just briefly, the question on whistleblower protection.
Okay, thank you. Firstly, let me just deal with the quick ones because there's some suggestions that we have as the public protector. Firstly, we need to look as beneficial ownership transparency as a reform, you know, and therefore, whilst working on the legislation, and I think it sounds all gloomy, but as we all know, particularly those of us who've been within the law enforcement and security environment, is that it takes substantial years to get a bill through in Parliament and finally enacted, and thereafter resourcing of that legislation, and after that, that capacity and capability to then implement the legislation. The Law Reform Commission had actually made a proposal before that we've got terms of reference, we've got reference groups that are working on amendments. Why then do those not identify capacity and capabilities that would be required to implement the legislation so that issues of training can even start prior? Because we waste a lot of time training and bringing on board personnel in implementing legislation. It takes about 5 to 10 years. We've got the Cyber Crimes and Cyber Securities Act now. We started interacting with it about 10 years ago. And it finally got passed, and here we are still struggling with the implementation because the resource, human resource and financial resource becomes an afterthought, whereas so much time is being spent in penning down the legislation. But on the quick wins, reforming the current disclosure that we are having, disclosure systems that we are having as government. I mean, I don't think we need a legislation to include as part of the income and asset declarations for public servants to include beneficial ownership. And secondly, for companies that are doing business with government, as well as NGOs that are receiving funding with government or interacting with the government, to also do those particular disclosures. And to that, whistleblowers are very important, because where there's a gap in respect of data, that is where anonymous complaints and whistleblowers then come into effect. And coming to the question of the protection of the whistleblowers, we have matters, civil society, constitutional institution, to then discuss the loopholes in the current legislation. And because it has also come to our attention that even in the current administration, whistleblowers who went to testify in the Zondo Commission are still being abused in their workplaces. Now, how then do we strengthen the protection of the whistleblowers? We've looked at the different systems in other countries, particularly Namibia's act has come more effective. And we're also aware when we were in that conference that the ACTT had also been meeting to look into the amendments into the act. But again, if you look at the Kada Asmal report, which actually speaks to why we are having these systemic gaps in governance in our country, is that we work in silos in government. We were not invited into that, but yet the act does mandate us to perform particular functions. And when you are looking into amendments of an act, it is critical to clearly outline, systematically, research-based, data-informed, what are the gaps and how do we then close those particular gaps? The protection is critical. Yes, the public protector investigates, we protect in respect of victimization, discrimination in the workplace, etc. But what about the physical protection? You know, there's the Witness Protection Act. At which stage does it come into effect? What actually protects the whistleblowers? The Human Rights Commission, they take up litigation and so forth, but is it enough? What are then the gaps? So I think there is the debate, but it's for us to start to work together in ensuring that we do have an effective whistleblowing system. Lastly, who becomes accountable? And I think it's critical for us as the Office of the Public Protector. Government should be accountable, you know, and as they sit and draft and craft a way forward, it is very important that they craft clear guidelines on who becomes accountable for what. But ultimately, there's only one government, and government should become accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to go to Karam very quickly. I think speaking about accountability, there was a question that came out that how is civil society held accountable? Very briefly.
Okay, very briefly, I just want to make one additional comment on the issue around implementation, if I may, which is that I'm very mindful of the fact that when we push for reforms in terms of transparency, that having, and it's following on the comments from the Deputy Public Protector, that the transparency in and of itself, the publication of the data is going to be insufficient if we don't have the regulatory regime in place to evaluate that information effectively. And then this also goes back to the role of civil society, that in terms of creating a capacity within civil society where we can be effective monitors, that we also need to upskill ourselves in terms of creating that capacity within civil society to fulfill that monitoring role. So that talking about transparency in a vacuum outside of addressing upfront these implementation issues about the regulatory regime that's required and the role that other social actors must play, whether it be the private sector or civil society, is critical to this issue. On the issue of accountability of civil society, when it comes to sort of, are you sufficiently resourced? Do you have sufficient capacity? Are you accountable? Obviously, the responses to these questions take on a slightly different flavor in civil society as they do in government. And I think the one thing we'd want to say in terms of our participation as a collaborator is that it's not particularly effective or useful for us to just be critics and to be sitting on the sidelines, and we're not looking to attack government or be overly critical in an unfair way. So the first issue is our availability and our openness to be a participant and a collaborator where possible with government. In terms of our engagement with the public and society, I think it's absolutely critical that we're always incredibly honest and open with the public about who we are, about what we can do, and about what we can't do. So for instance, in the receipt of whistleblower reports, we need to have very honest conversations with whistleblowers to understand the circumstances that they find themselves in and the potential role that we can play in helping them, and then the limitations that we have as a non-mandate holder in a context where we can't access information in terms of the assistance that we can actually provide. So it's really about sort of how we communicate and how honest we are. And I think those would be the pillars about how we are accountable.
Thank you very much, Karam. I think we are almost, one last round of questions. I would like to take some questions that are online, and I think two questions stand out for me. And I think the first question would definitely go to Pleasure. There's a question around, you spoke about the three-pronged process. And I think the question is, what is the timeline for those processes that you mentioned? And I think one very important question, and I think that I'm going to throw it to advocate from FIC to say, there's a question around what is stopping us from making sure that anyone who does business with government discloses their beneficial ownership information. Anyone who is in the procurement process, what is stopping us from doing that? So I think we'll take those two questions. We'll start with Pleasure, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you, Theo. In terms of the development of the register, I think at this point we are working on an implementation plan, because we have just completed, I think, institutional arrangements in terms of the IDC and where it will report and all those. So we are looking at producing an implementation plan with timelines in terms of what we want to achieve. And I have to say, maybe link it to your previous question in terms of the quick wins. If we can get to get the registrars to talk to each other, I think that would be a quick win, because many of the times we are bogged down with the issues around legislation and the like, and we know that amending legislation or even coming up with a new legislation takes time. But we should also look at what is it that we can do within the current legislation. And that's why the three-pronged approach would work well for us, because then we can look at what is it that we can do within the current environment to make sure that we have information that is accurate, that is verified or verifiable, and ensure that we can have a start to implementing beneficial ownership transparency instead of just waiting for legislation. Thank you.
Pleasure. Again, sorry, I'm going to be a bit cheeky with you here. Is there an agreement across government and institutions on this issue, whether we should have 3 separate registers or 1 register? Is there an agreement on that one?
Well, in terms of the institutions that hold these registries, there is. Because remember, I indicated that we have 4 institutions and maybe beyond, because we're looking also at other public benefit organizations. I can really say there is an agreement that we need to have a register of some kind.
Thank you, thank you. Back to you, Advocate, in terms of the question around procurement, what is stopping us from that? I pushed my luck there. I knew it, but I pushed my luck.
So I won't be speaking on behalf of CPC or speaking on behalf of Department of Justice Masters or speak on behalf of SARS, but there are members that are in the working group on this issue that are looking at issues of beneficial ownership. I'm sure it is something that they can discuss in that group, whether will it pass really the FATF test, will it address the list of the recommendations that are in the action plan, or it will just tick one box. Thank you.
I hope some of the colleagues, I think we'll have a colleague from Treasury later on, and I hope they can answer that question, because I think that sits on the laps of Treasury in terms of.
I think it comes to Treasury, the working group, it reports to the IDC that is chaired by Treasury. So I think the right people that can be able to try and really respond to that question will be the working group. And I see Christopher is also here, who is chairing that working group. I'm not really throwing him to be responding, but I think the working group can be able to give a response.
Yeah, I mean, there will be a bigger conversation around that. I think in one of the groups today. I see, Asmin, you want to say something very briefly? I think we're out of time, but just briefly. Yeah,
so the government is consulting on its national procurement legislation. They're going to revise the Procurement Act. So actually, this is an opportunity for these issues of beneficial ownership to be reflected in the changes in the Procurement Act. Also how to use e-procurement and artificial intelligence to do the kind of analysis to see whether, politically exposed people or public servants are bidding for these contracts. Other countries are doing it already. So this is where South Africa can learn and use the opportunity of reforming the Procurement Act to bring in these issues of beneficial ownership. So I think this is actually the right time for civil society to provide some input on the procurement legislation that's going to be passed.
Thank you very much. I think we are at time. I would like to sincerely thank all the panelists for availing yourself to be part of this discussion and also for sharing your thoughts. I think I'll hand over to, please take your seats. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you so much to the high level panel. I think there's been some really rich insights that have come out from that, but also a good discussion around what are the quick wins and what are the practical next steps to get from commitment to implementation. Without taking any more time, this is going to be the opportunity where we're going to take the group photo for purposes of documenting this conference. So our esteemed photographer there is going to guide us through the process. The photograph will happen right here at this venue on the stage. I'll hand over the mic to our esteemed colleague to guide us through that process. Just to give you a taste of what's coming up after lunch when we reconvene, we'll be having a short input session from colleagues from Open Ownership, followed by a series of breakout groups, which are indicated on your agenda. Guidance on those breakout groups and how they'll be structured, as well as the venues, will be presented after the lunch break. I also want to bring to your attention that this high-level panel, I think, is an indication of just how exciting and dynamic the panels are as part of this conference. There will be an evening panel by the investigators from civil society, investigative journalism, as well as law enforcement tonight at this venue. So I remind you that please do make your way to that panel this evening, which will be at the hotel, and it will be live streamed for our online delegates as well. So with that said, thank you so much for your attention this morning and look forward to continuing this discussion with you after the lunch break. It's now time for the group photograph. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Isa Alexander. I counted like, I think 17 ladies. I think we more or less 17, 18 men. So if the ladies can be in front here, stand in front here, and the men can stand on the stage, then we'll be okay. I think we can. That will be.
Welcome back to this afternoon's session. We're just gonna do a little icebreaker. I'm not good at this, but we're gonna try it out. Just so that you shake off that food that she just had. So we're gonna wiggle. So wiggle, 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 wiggle. 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 Great. Thank you. Thanks to the presenters that spoke this morning. We learned a lot from the respective institutions. So this afternoon's session is going to be a plenary on principles and practice of implementation, part 1. So there's a change of plan. The moderator here is going to be Garabo because Nkateko Chauka is not available. And so we'll interchange with Garabo until we get to the session at 3 o'clock, which will be an introduction to the parallel thematic discussions. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thank God that we don't have that slide. Sorry, Karabo. It's too soon.
All right. Thank you so much, Maps. Are you able to display them there? All right, so colleagues, we're going to have a very practical session now for 2 reasons. The one, we've got many experts in beneficial ownership here today, but we also realize that this area is not familiar to every delegate at this conference. So the first presentation is going to be done by my excellent colleague, Favor Ime, who's the Regional Associate for Africa, who leads on our work mostly in West Africa, but has been supporting work in the rest of the continent together with myself. And she will be going through the basic concepts of what do we mean by beneficial ownership, which we thought would be helpful to really ensure that colleagues are brought along who might be a bit newer to this area. The second presentation will be done by my colleague, Stephen Abbott-Pugh, who is our head of data and technology at Open Ownership, looking at very practical aspects around how technology can assist with implementation of beneficial ownership reforms. So without further ado, I hand over the virtual mic to Favor Emma, if you want to put on your screen and unmute yourself and take it away. Thank you so much, Favor. Favor, I don't know, Favor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly. Can you hear me now? Sorry, I wasn't allowed to unmute myself. Can you hear me?
We can now hear you, yeah, Favor.
Perfect. But I can't put on my video. If you can just give me the permission to do so, that would be fantastic.
All right, we can definitely hear you. I don't know whether colleagues at the AV can help with the video.
Great. I'm hoping everyone can see me.
Excellent. Yes, we can see you. Thanks so much, Favor. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I was hoping to use my slides. And again, if I can just get permission to share my screen, that would be fantastic. Otherwise, I can just go ahead and just talk through the concept, which is beneficial ownership. Great. I think that's enabled now. And please let me know if you can see my screen. Yes. Yes, and you can see the question, what is beneficial ownership transparency? Yes?
Not yet, no.
Not yet. Okay, sorry, just 1 second. Let me know if it's working now.
Yes, now we see it perfectly. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Karabo, and thank you, everyone. It's a great privilege to be able to share my presentation today on beneficial ownership transparency. I understand that there are some experts in the room, but again, it's very important that everyone is moving at the same pace and at least has a good understanding of what beneficial ownership means. So before I start, the first thing I'm going to say is you're probably wondering why I'm using my mask. I mean, Karabo is in the room, so her use of the mask makes a lot of sense, but I'm in an office and there's literally nobody here. So why am I using my mask? And I'll say this, I mean, if I probably have this, make this presentation for the next 10 minutes, and I do not take off my mask, I can almost say for certain that if I walk past anybody in that room, apart from Karabo, who has met me in person, if I walk past anybody in that room, in a supermarket, at the airport, you probably will not recognize me, especially if I change the color of my hair. And that's because for the majority of this presentation, or for all of the presentation, I concealed my face to a very large extent. So all you can see is just my eyes and above. I would like to take that as a yes, that's a good assumption to make. Now, this is very synonymous to beneficial ownership. And I say this because the mask in this instance is what I call a corporate mask. And in most companies, there is the individual behind the mask, which you will shortly see. I will reveal that. And of course, there is the mask, which is a corporate mask, which could be a company that is behind that individual, which could be a contract or a nominee arrangement or any sort of legal device that is used to conceal the true owner, the true beneficial owner of that company. That is the concept of beneficial ownership transparency, which we'll be talking about today. So it's really transparency over who ultimately owns, controls, and benefits from companies. Now, if you look at your screen, there's some words that are actually highlighted in blue. The first is ultimately, and that's because the key purpose of beneficial ownership is really to find out who is behind the company, who is behind the chain of companies behind that declaring company, who is behind the contract, a nominee arrangement, a trust that is behind that declaring company. So it's really about lifting that corporate veil to understand and to identify who is behind that company. And when I say who is behind that company, what do I mean? I'm really speaking about who truly owns that company, who truly controls that company. And we'll talk a bit more about control in the subsequent slides. And I'm also talking about who truly benefits from that company. So that company conducts business or does a large transaction, and they have a certain amount of money that comes in. Whose bank account does that money go to? That's really the crux of what beneficial ownership transparency is talking about. So just to make sure I don't bite my tongue several times, I might be using the acronym BOT, and that just simply means beneficial ownership transparency. So in the slide before you is simply, the slide to say that BOT answers the question, who benefits from this company, which is what I've already talked about. And that's the ultimate goal of declaring the beneficial ownership information of a particular company. I'm just trying to move to my next slide. But again, I think, there we go. Great. So now one of the key things that I've realized in the course of engaging with countries and just, assisting countries develop systems that would foster beneficial ownership transparency reforms is the fact that there seems to be some sort of conflation between legal ownership and beneficial ownership. And this comes through when I have conversations with, particular government agencies. So just to make sure that we're very clear here, legal ownership is really who has the legal title to a particular asset, to a particular benefit, to an entity. But then beneficial ownership is really talking about, like I said earlier, who enjoys the benefits. So it is very possible that I will have legal ownership in a company, and I will also enjoy beneficial ownership in that company, or I will enjoy the benefits of that company. But again, it is possible, and this happens in most cases, that the person that ultimately enjoys the benefit from that company, that enjoys the fruits of the labor of that company, to put it that way, is actually not necessarily the legal owner that you would see on the documents. So the very simple diagram is the simplest form of legal and beneficial ownership coexisting at the same time. So this is a South African company, for instance, and it's owned by an individual, person B, which could be me, for instance. And as much as I'm a legal owner, because my details are on the face of the documents of this company, I am also the beneficial owner because I am the natural person that is behind this company. But then this is the easiest form that we can see this express itself, but it gets more complicated, and you will see that in the next slide. So whilst there is a simple structure, ownership and control structures can be complex, which is what you're seeing currently on the screen. We have company A at the bottom of the chain that is supposed to be the declaring company. And if you look at the top of the chain, you would see persons F, G, and H. Now, these persons are the beneficial owners of the company, but then you can't see this on the face of the documents of company A because there are different layers of layers and legal devices that are used to conceal this, the identities of persons F, G, and H. Now, I've tried to bring it home and to use a simple example, or hopefully simple example. So in this particular diagram, which is before you, there is 4 Palms Limited, which is a declaring company. And between 4 Palms Limited and the 3 individuals at the top, which are John C.C. Annan, a Ghanaian, Nkosi Abebe, a South African, and Mekanwafo, a Nigerian, there are different layers of ownership, which is through Purple Service Limited, Ventures Rise Limited on one breath, and also through a nominee agreement, and also a trust as well. So you realize that even if you take off your mask, like I'm doing now, there's another mask, because in most cases, there are different layers of companies and different layers of trust or contracts that conceal the true ownership of a company. That's the reason why it is important to have beneficial ownership declaration systems that allow the legal agency or the relevant regulatory agency to actually identify the different chains or intermediaries of ownership in that particular company. Because as we can see in this particular diagram, and as I've also portrayed by taking off my marks, there are usually different layers of ownership. So it's until you take down the layer of Purple Service Limited and the nominee agreement, you take down the layer of the Ventures Rise Limited and then the trust, and then you will actually find the true beneficial owners of this company, which in this case are John C.C. Annan, Nkosi Abebe, and Mekanwafo. So I hope so far I've been able to demonstrate that these different elements, which are trusts in this instance, contracts, which is a nominee agreement, for instance, and then subsidiaries, which are Purple Service Limited and Ventures Rise Limited, are the corporate masks that are used in most cases to conceal the true owners of companies. So that's the reason why this unveiling is necessary, so that investors can actually identify who exactly they're dealing with, so that procurement authorities can actually know who exactly is this contract going to. And this is very important to just create a free and open, fair market for companies to trade. So, like I said earlier, the key element of beneficial ownership is the fact that people are at the top of the chain. People, and when I say people, I just mean natural persons, me and you, are always at the chain of every ownership structure in a particular company. So sometimes there is a conversation around a trust being at the end of it, or an association or a government agency. But if we really drill down to it, there are specific people in those trusts or associations that have control, or that have the authority to exercise control on how the trust should be governed, on who should get what. And those are the people that in those particular instances would be identified as the beneficial owners of that particular company, or that trust of that association, as the case may be. So as we all know, when beneficial owners are obscured, corruption is enabled. This is a fact, and this is something that we've been in the first half of the session. Now, companies or people can own other companies. So we've said that an ownership can be by a natural person, which is where my cursor is going. So at the bottom where my cursor just signifies to a person. So this is pretty simple. The very first example I gave about that South African company being owned by a Ghanaian person. But then there is also the instance where an ownership can be by another company, which is what I showed in that complex chain, where 4 Palms Limited was owned by Purple Services. Purple Services was owned by another company. And then behind that company was the beneficial owner. So companies, and this is a very common system, people have groups of companies, they have subsidiaries. Also important that in declaring beneficial ownership information, the ultimate person that controls and benefits from that company is identified. Now, the final diagram here is ownership through an arrangement, contract, or trust, which also I showed using the last complex diagram, where 4 Palms was owned by CC Annan and Akosia Bebe through a trust and also through a nominee arrangement. So there are different legal devices, which, within the context of my mask example, I call corporate masks that can be used to conceal the ownership of companies. So at the end of the day, regardless of whatever chain exists, regardless of whatever intermediaries exist, it's very important to bear at the front of your mind that it's people who ultimately benefit. So even though there is an association or a state-owned entity, the benefit ultimately goes to an individual. The money ultimately goes to an individual's account. The power to say I'm going to appoint a director or remove a director or change the business plan of a company is ultimately housed under an individual. It is expressed through an individual. That's the reason why the concept of a natural person being a beneficial owner is extremely integral to the entire concept of beneficial ownership. So in this particular diagram, we see that the company is directly and legally owned by company A. So in this case, the legal owner is company A, but then the declaring company is indirectly owned by the natural person in this particular diagram, although that natural person has legal ownership in company A. So we have the natural person having beneficial ownership in a declaring company and then legal ownership in company A. So these are some of the ways that ownership chains express themselves in reality. So the question is, we've spoken a lot about ownership, control, interest. What does this really mean? But when we talk about control and ownership and interest, what does it really mean? I think I've already mentioned some of these things in my conversation. So what types of interests can a person actually have in a company or a trust? So a person can be a shareholder, that's a legal interest, and in some cases, a beneficial ownership interest as well. A person can have the power to appoint majority of the board of directors, or even remove or dismiss majority of the members of the board of directors. A person can have a certain percentage of voting rights. A person can have other control or influence, which we will dive deeper into in my next slide. An individual can also be an employee or a customer. So I have an interest in a company, but just as an employee or just as a customer as well. A person can be an economic beneficiary. So maybe if the company sells its assets, for instance, a person can be entitled to a certain percentage of how much money comes out of that sale. And then a person can be a director of a company and of course a trustee as well. So there's the legal ownership angles of things. There's the control, the different variations of control. And there's of course the other types of interest that one can have, which I've explained as well. So let's bring it home. What is happening around the world? How are countries perceiving? How are countries understanding and how are countries translating their understanding of beneficial ownership? And we can see this very clearly in the legislative and regulatory frameworks in whatever country that you are examining. So I've just picked a few countries: Nigeria, Ghana, Indonesia, and Armenia. And I'm just showing the different ways that these countries express their understanding of ownership and control, of what interest in a company means to them, and how a declaring company or a beneficial owner can actually identify who a beneficial owner is. So in Nigeria, under the Companies and Allied Matters Act, which was passed in 2020, we can see there that shares is a big one. And this is something that actually cuts across through pretty much any company in the world. Shares is like the number one, and it's the easiest one to identify. How much shares do you have in that company? Another thing that is very common across the 4 countries is voting rights. How much percentage of voting rights do you have? And then another one that is also very common as well is the right to remove or appoint majority of the directors on the board of that company. So this is something that is also very accepted in quite a number of countries as well. And then most countries also adopt this concept of the right to exercise significant control or influence. And in some countries, it's been explained in different ways, which we will see shortly. For instance, in the Companies Act and also the planned companies regulations in Ghana over significant decisions to mean if you're able to decide how much money a company should borrow or how much money a company should lend to another entity or a person, that's an important decision. And by that, you have control over that company. If you're able to change the business plan or the nature of business, so a company was into oil and gas, and you have the power to say, we're not doing oil and gas, we're going into mining, then that is a significant power or control that you have according to the law in Ghana. And then in Indonesia, there is a concept of the power to influence or control the company without having to obtain further authorization from any party. So if you can unilaterally take a decision, then to the Indonesian government, you have some sort of control, and that control should be declared to the relevant regulatory entity. And as well, we have in Armenia the right to exercise influence and control over management and operations of a business. So you can see that there are different ways that these different countries across the world have understood and expressed the types or the forms of ownership and control that one can have in an entity. But I think it's safe to say that a lot of these understandings, expressions are within a specific bracket. It's really about drilling down to make sure that we identify who is controlling the company, who is controlling the decisions of the company, who is directing what path the company should go, what sort of transactions the company should go into. Those are the sorts of types of control that these countries are trying to make sure are covered. And this is very important because these types of control are not as easy as voting rights of 25% or share ownership of a certain percentage. Those ones are very easy to identify. But for all these other ones that are a bit more difficult to identify, it is important to provide sufficient guidance, which is what some of these countries have been doing in the past few years. So yes, beneficial ownership information is incredibly important for so many reasons that we've been discussing about. But then we've noticed and we've realized as open ownership that too often information is missing in some instances, or it's inaccessible, or it's hard to use. And that's the reason why we have the beneficial ownership data standard that my colleague Stephen will be talking about very shortly. But that also is a very integral part of beneficial ownership transparency. It's not enough to know the concept, to understand the concept, and to express that concept in legislation through a robust definition of beneficial ownership transparency, but it's also incredibly important to make sure that whatever data is collected is accessible. I think this is something that one of the speakers in the morning spoke about in relation to the FATF requirements. Information on beneficial ownership should be easily accessible timeously. And that's the reason why we have the beneficial ownership data standard, which my colleague, like I said, will speak on very shortly. So that is my presentation. I do hope I've been able to just provide some clarity on the distinction between legal ownership and beneficial ownership. And I do hope that this has been a useful session. I will be available for the rest of the call today to answer questions and to contribute to the conversation. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you. Karabo, I will hand over to you at this point.
Thank you so much, Ms. Eme. If there are any questions, please drop them into the chat box and we'll try and get a hold of them either now or respond after the session today. I'm going to hand over to Stephen Abbott-Pugh, who's based in Harare, to talk through the data standard and how technology can facilitate these reforms. Over to you, Steve.
Hi, everyone. Very good to be with you today. I'm just trying to start sharing my screen here for my presentation. So as my colleagues Karabo and Faber have mentioned, I'm Stephen. I'm the Data and Technology Manager for Open Ownership. Hoping everyone can see my slides now. And I'm in charge of the side of our team that looks after our data standard, but also helps people to learn more about beneficial ownership data, work with it, and to use some of the tools that we've created in order to publish the data and to visualize the data and to do other things with it to help people gain this kind of understanding that Faber was talking really brilliantly about earlier. I've been listening into the conversations earlier on, and just wanted to make clear again that the connection here that we see in open ownership is that if you want to get high quality beneficial ownership data at the end of a reform process, the likes of which South Africa is going through, there's lots of things you need to bear in mind along the way. You need to have a good system to store and publish that data, whether it be public or whether it be publishing for other government departments to use. You need to collect the data in a good way. So we have lots of guidance about these, about how to create a good form to give you high quality data, but also to how to put together a system and create a database that would allow you to publish that more easily. And also all of it goes back to what's been talked about earlier on today in the plenary sessions, on the panel sessions, all about needing legislation as a kind of foundation for good data to come out of the end. So it's really interesting to be part of this conversation and to share about the work that open ownership is doing to try and support people at all of these stages. Now I'm going to focus on the last two, so the systems to store and publish data and the data itself. And as Faber mentioned, I'm going to be talking about the beneficial ownership data standard. So apologies for all the text on this. I'm going to try and talk through. But the beneficial ownership data standard is an open standard that we've been working on for 5 years now, that basically distills all of the learnings and all of the working that open ownership has done over 5 years into a guide that anyone can use to publish really good quality data. And I'm glad to say that it's already been adopted by governments like Latvia, Armenia, and Nigeria, who are just about to publish their central register in line with our data standard. We also have data available from the UK and Denmark and Slovakia and Ukraine, which is mapped over to it. Because they publish their data, we're able to change it into what we call BODS, so BODS for the beneficial ownership data standard, and to publish that via a tool I'll show you later. The standard is also now the approved beneficial ownership standard for the UK government. We went through a process with them so that they could check that it lived up to all of their needs and their requirements. I'm very glad to say that is something that they are now advocating for internally. It's a tool that is specifically focused on some of the use cases that people have been talking about so much today. So first of all, the ability to have data that can be easily shared between countries. So we focus a lot on how you can identify people really clearly with a unique identity. You've got unique identifiers that relate to a country so that you can then draw those chains from whichever jurisdictions you want to work with. It's also built to align with standards like the FATF standards. We work very closely with EITI to help people publish data that will help them with their EITI publications, and also the Open Government Partnership. So lots of people are promising to adopt our data standard through the Open Government Partnership process and their national action plans. Again, like I said, the important thing from us is that the guide that we have, which is available at standard.openownership.org, is available for anyone to read, anyone to use, anyone to build on. It's available in English, Spanish, and Russian. And it's something where anyone can also contribute to it. So if a government is implementing the standards, and this is something where we've had conversations with dozens of governments about it, and they recommend a change, we will then evaluate that change and see if we need to make it, if it's in the interest of all governments, if it's in the interest of everyone and all the users for that standard. It's something that we are constantly working on. And we hope the real benefit of the approach that we're taking is that this standard can be used by any government agency, any number of different registry teams. So I was listening into the plenary session earlier, and I know there's the CIPC register, the trust register, the MPO register in South Africa. Aligning with one central data standard would allow the government to much more easily connect the data from all of those. And it's important to mention that that is a key use case that we see. We're working with lots of governments where the data we're talking about here doesn't necessarily have to be published openly. It can just be for internal government use, depending on the legislation in your country. But having it in a better quality state that everyone knows what they're getting and how it's structured makes it so much easier for different teams to build up all that information that you want to tie back to an individual, especially if you have multiple registers collecting this data. And just to be really clear at the end there, our standard allows for the collection of data not only on private companies, but also publicly listed companies and enterprises, state-owned enterprises, trusts and other types of arrangements. You can capture the data on all of the different types of ownership or control that Favour was talking about earlier. All of the ones from voting to voting rights to shareholdings can all be captured within the beneficial ownership data standard. And we also have a number of tools when people produce data in line with our standard that people can use for free, that are made available via our website. I want to just demonstrate a few of those to you now. The first one to look at is the Open Ownership Register. Now, this is at register.openownership.org. And if you go to the register, you can find over 16 million beneficial ownership records from the UK, Denmark, Slovakia, and Ukraine that are all connected. So if you can find one individual, we've made sure that all the data goes back to that person to identify the ultimate beneficial owner of that entire corporate structure. Unfortunately, because we've only got a small number of countries, a lot of those chains end up with an unknown person. But the more countries publish data in line with this standard, the better that information gets, the more interconnected it gets, the easier it is to follow those chains wherever they go all over the world. Now, also, if people produce data in line with our data standard, we have what's called the beneficial ownership visualization system. And that allows you to take that data and to draw one of the diagrams that Favour was mentioning earlier, and you can see here on your screen. Now, I'm going to attempt a live demonstration here. This may be a bad bad idea, but I just want to show you very quickly what the register looks like. So hopefully you can see that now. You can see Squarestone Growth LLP, and you can see what I'm talking about when I'm talking about data. So if you go to register.openownership.org, you can search for any entity, any person who is on the beneficial ownership registers of the UK, Denmark, Slovakia, and the Ukraine. And in this example, I found one that's in South Africa, or has a part of the chain in South Africa. When you go to the person or the company page, you can click on Viewer's Graph, and you suddenly see a graph here that shows you how this company connects with other companies that are known about within the register. You can also, from that page, you can go to where it says download BODS.json, which is the data, the raw data that we have. You can see here, this is what it looks like without any formatting. Bit complicated to read. So there are tools that allow you to more easily read it, to see, oh, this is, a particular company that's been registered. And then what I've done is I copied this data over to our tool, which is available on the Open Ownership website. I've put it into here, and I just click draw, and you can see immediately that I get the diagram that we had earlier on to explain to me how these companies are all related. So what I want to do quickly is I'll download that. Again, it's free. Everyone can use this, this software, and I'll have a closer look at this. So you can see from the information we have here, and I'll try and zoom in a little bit so you can see it a bit better, that Squarestone Growth LLP, which happens to be a property investment company based in the UK, has connections back, or it has connections currently to South Africa. But it used to have, you see the dotted line that's a bit lighter, it used to have connections to a British Virgin Islands company. And you can see that the lighter lines mean that it used to be connected to somewhere, and the full color lines show what it is connected to right now. Now, we don't know the details. We don't know the people who own it because they are from a jurisdiction that we don't have the data for. if we did have the data, it would all be available fully here. But I can tell you that I went to look people up on the UK register, and I found out that although they're not listed as the beneficial owners anymore, there are still people who are listed as officers for that company who are based in Mauritius and also based in the British Virgin Islands. So they made a change a few years ago where they still have an active role, but they are not declared as beneficial owners. So it's just, I just wanted to show you the interesting information that you can find out just through kind of openly available data. That was me just looking without having all the details, but into a company that you can visualize using our tools. Another thing to mention is we have recently published tools like this that allow developers and data analysts and other people to take all the data that's published out there openly in BODs and to download it in ways that make it much more easy to combine with other information, other data. These tools in particular have started to be used in the UK and in another tool that I'll show in a second. But again, it helps people to understand what the data looks like. It helps people to combine it with other sources and other information they want. So these tools allow you to get the data as a CSV or perhaps in formats that would better align with databases that exist. And people can also go and just look into the information and see what kind of data they would get back to get a better understanding of it, no matter what agencies they're in and what they're doing. Something to mention right now that about our data standard, about how we have an open standard and the importance of that is it also aligns with the open contracting data standard, which people use for procurement data. So if you publish your procurement data in line with the open contracting data standard, we have shared documentation and advice that allows you to then find out the beneficial owners of those companies that are winning or bidding for public procurement tenders. So it's very important that the more standards are used, the better the quality of data that you can combine and you can use from multiple systems. And this tool that you're looking at here is a prototype we built just called Bluetail, which shows how you can take data from us, combine it with data on procurement from the open contracting data standard, and then add a system of red flags to show if perhaps someone is submitting bids who's a beneficial owner connects to multiple companies who have bid separately for a bid, or if they're registered in a jurisdiction that's on a grey list or a blacklist. All these kind of things are very, very possible with this kind of high quality data. And just something to mention, which is going to be launching in a couple of days' time, so it should be Wednesday, is that our data from the UK and from the Open Ownership Register is going to be taken and combined with data from something called Open Sanctions, which is focused on how you can connect all the information you can get about people back to sanctioned individuals or politically exposed people. Again, another example of the importance of having good quality data so that it can be combined with other data sources and can help with other ways to use the data and to really realize the value of that data itself. So the point that I wanted to try and get across there is just that the better the quality of the data is at the end of the process and the reform process you go to, the more can be done with it, the more it can be used by different government agencies, the more it can be used by people outside the organization. So it's very important to bear that all in mind. And we hope if you go to our website and look at the open contract, the beneficial ownership data standard, you will find lots of guidance and information about the best ways to collect data and the best ways to publish it so that it's more usable at the end. Thank you very much. Again, I'm also happy to answer any questions and to help with any advice people want.
Cool. Thank you so much, Steve, for that. We've got exactly 7 minutes left before going into our next session. So if there are any questions first from the online delegates, if there are any. No questions. And if there's any questions from the floor here, please feel free to raise your question now. Alternatively, Steve will be leading the data and technology session, which is coming up shortly during the thematic breakaway groups. So you're more than welcome to join that session to continue the discussion there. All right, I shall hand over to, thank you so much, Steve. I shall hand over to Maps to go through the next session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks, Stephen and Favor.
So the next session, as I've already indicated, is the introduction to the parallel thematic discussions. So I will be checking on all the 4 thematic sessions. So my name is Mapule Maema. I'm from Oxfam, South Africa, and Badong Consultancy, working closely with open ownership. And the first thematic session will be led by Robin from the Center for Environmental Rights. So this will be at the Stellenbosch. It's on the 2nd floor. So Funeka, please stand up or raise your hand. Whoever is attending this session will follow her. And then the second one is the BO in Public Procurement, led by Itumeleng Mangale from UNODC, and Jay Cruz from a Public Service Accountability Monitor. So this will be in here. And well, I'm not gonna say you should follow me. And then the third one is the Legal and Policy Frameworks for BOT in South Africa, led by Christopher Milan from the FIC, and Cherise, sorry, don't know how to pronounce it, is it? Oh, Takur, Mabungani Center for Investigative Journalism, and this is gonna be in Paul. And Norma Gugu is going to be leading you to that venue. There she is. And then lastly is the open data and technology for BOT, which is going to be led by Steve online. And the group is going to go to Constantia, and Sibabazo is going to lead you to the room. Where is he? Oh, there he is. So, and then those that are online will, there'll be a pop-up on the screen, and you will select which thematic session you'd like to participate in. And then you'll get an opportunity to actually ask questions. The facilitator will engage with you with your questions online. So this is going to be a 1-hour session. And from that, there's going to be like note takers, and then you have to select from each group who is going to present tomorrow morning your discussions or deliberations. Thank you. Enjoy the session. And after that, we'll see you at the investigators and BOT. I mean, that's going to be popping. There'll be some cocktails. All righty. That's it.
Is it working? Right. Colleagues, there's been a question about how does a tea break work with the breakout groups happening. The way that it works is that you take your tea and then make your way to the relevant breakout group. So you've got a 15-minute breather before tucking into the next working group area. Right. Yeah, get a copy. Yeah.
Not yet. We're the main room. Thanks, Maura. We're about to start with the breakaway group dealing with beneficial ownership and public procurement. Please let us know if you can hear the audio or if you can see me on the screen and can hear the audio. Give us the list and which room we want to go to. Which room are you in currently? Yeah, I see you in room 1.
No, this is the main. So I went to the wrong room.
But the bracket groups are showing has not started. So they should, there's the package that open all of them. So
So we have 12 online.
oh, it is. Can they hear us?
So let's try so that if it's not.
Good afternoon. This is the break. Okay. I don't think this is working. It's on, but it's not getting. And I'll switch this one perhaps. Testing, testing. I'm told that we have 12 persons in the breakout room dealing with public procurement, which I'll be assisting in. My name is Jay Cruz. Can you hear me if you are in the room dealing with public procurement? Please raise your hand or indicate if you can hear my voice. Yeah, thanks. Hi, good afternoon. If you're in this room, it's dealing with public procurement and beneficial ownership. My name is Jay Cruz. What is it showing in the Zoom as room 2? Or is it room 1? Okay. Can anybody in room 2 hear my voice? Okay, people were. Yeah, it seems like they can't hear us. Oh, there we go. That's audio now for the first time. At the moment, we only have one. Let me keep quiet.
Recording in progress.
I think we should start given the
seeing this all over the place. So, okay, it's recording now. Everyone visualizes these things in different ways. I mean, I think I have 50 or 60 examples of different ways that people are trying to make sense of these structures and visualize them. So if I can share the link and hopefully people can see this in the room, or Karaba can point to you. So the visualization system is, one part of it is just for designers and anyone who wants to visualize it. We have a series of guidelines. So they're design guidelines of how you could use that to kind of standardize things. And then the visualizer actually tries to incorporate some of those rules. It doesn't quite do everything yet because it's quite complex to get every element kind of built in. We've got things about if someone has multiple nationalities, or if company is registered all about stacking flags on top of each other and stacking relationships. Because the idea is, how simply can you communicate that this person is the beneficial owner of this entity, and perhaps hide the complexity in the middle there, because that's really what you want to know. We haven't quite got there yet, but the tool is there. And we also have a data review tool. So any of the data produced in line with our standard, you can check the quality and see if there's any issues with it. And we also have, like I said, some of the tools about republishing that data, making it easier to work with and available in different formats. So we know that the missing part, the missing link of all this is a beneficial ownership drawing tool that would generate you BODS data behind the scenes. So we've had some interest from that. Actually, the team in Armenia who have implemented our data standard has an internal tool that does that. So we're in contact with them about that. So they allow people to give you, to fill in all the details, and then they generate a diagram, and they say that they can allow people to then manipulate that diagram in a way that would, I think, change the data. But our team is actually traveling there in about 2 weeks' time to meet with them. So absolutely, yeah, we know that we know that the visual representation of this data can be really useful in terms of raising awareness, but also just simplifying complexity. So we have a plan to do that, and I hope we'll be able to build that for anyone to use later this year. The slight issue for us is which country it would be relevant for, because in order to actually generate the BODS data, there's certain things that would have to be tailored to particular country contexts, and that's been a bit of a challenge for us. Having something that's generic, maybe that's just as a helpful tool, even if it doesn't generate completely accurate BODS data, if that makes sense. But yeah, great to hear more about that and to keep in touch with you after this event to see if there's ways that we could, that we can help support with that. Yeah. And just one of the extra tools that I wanted to, I mentioned briefly in my session earlier, but Linkurious offer a kind of visualization platform that is in use by a lot of investigative journalists, including those I know, like the Century in South Africa, and people who've worked with the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. And as of hopefully
I've unmuted, but I still can't share. Yeah, we could. Let's do this.